Ask now the Correctional Services Band to lead us into the national and AU anthem. You may be seated. Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, invited guests, conference delegates, I'm Harold Murangi. I'm the Executive Director of the Namibian Institute of Public Administration and Management, NIPAM. I will be your host, or the Prime Minister will be your host. We are gathered here for the second African Management Development Institute Network Conference. The first conference was held last year around June in Ghana. This is the second one. I was asked last year when I was in Ghana, my brother from Zambia and others, that next time it will be Namibia. I thought it's a joke. And we are here, and we are excited to welcome you here. I'm not here to do the official welcoming. That will be facilitated by Mrs. Simba Nares, the Vice Chairperson of the NIPAM Council. I have already acknowledged the high table. Mr. President of AMDIN, feel welcome. He's here. Maybe you should, just by way of showing your hand, look at the audience so that we know who is the President of AMDIN. He is all the way from DRC, Mr. Muke, Madam Secretary General Mtile Mwanasi from South Africa of AMDIN. Let's also see the heads of the national schools of governments. If you are here, if you can just get up so that we can clap for you. executive directors, chief executive officers, senior government officials, Comrade Prime Minister, we have a very big delegation from your office. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our sponsors, Pukevitz Toyota, Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Health and Social Services, and the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. We are here under the theme Transformative Public Services Leadership for Sustainable Development and Inclusive Growth in Africa. We are here to share experiences and lessons, good practices from all of us. We are here to explore innovative approaches to public sector training and development. And I think most importantly, we are here also to strengthen our collaboration and to reaffirm our commitment to building a capable, ethical, and responsive public service for Africa. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we have delegates from different countries of our continent. If I can just mention them, I know from North Africa, Morocco will join us online. From West Africa, we have Ghana. Let's see the delegates from Ghana. They are there. From Nigeria, delegates from Nigeria, they are here. East Africa, delegates from Uganda, they are here. Do we have also delegates from Tanzania? No delegates from Tanzania. Southern Africa, Eswatini. Eswatini is here. Lesotho, they are here. Malawi, they are here. Mozambique, South Africa. I thought you came in big numbers. Zambia, oh, with their flags. Zimbabwe, DRC, and finally, the host, Namibia. Let's see whether we are well represented. Thank you so much. We are going to have a very short program this morning. I will now ask Mr. Mubita just to officially open this session with a prayer.
Good morning, Right Honorable Prime Minister. I've just been asked that I should introduce myself again. My name is Sankwa Samovita. I'm the Director for Strategy and Corporate Services at NIPAM. My role is to pray. May we bow our head as we pray. Great Jehovah, we are thankful this morning for bringing us together in this auditorium to come and deliberate issues that pertains to the public service. We are grateful, Heavenly Father, that you have brought your children from all over Africa to come and share their experiences. We pray now, Heavenly Father, may the proceedings of this conference go according to thy will. We pray also, Lord Almighty, that may you cause us to into remembrance of the African child, that our calling to the public service is not for anything else but to improve the lives of the African child. Lord, may you cause us that we may take this assignment, this is a divine assignment, with agency and knowing the divine purpose that, Lord Almighty, we are not brought into an employment agency, but to save your children. Cause us to remember, Heavenly Father, that today a child an African child have slept on a hungry stomach, because those of us that are charged with public service have not taken our calling into effect. I therefore pray, Heavenly Father, may you lead this conference not only in resolutions on paper, but as a reminder and a reawakening, Heavenly Father, that the purpose is much higher, and we shall, as a collective, as Africa, consider, Heavenly Father, to take our responsibilities and lead Africa into a better Africa that we desire. We thank you for these that you have set aside to this purpose, to be able to capacitate the public service. Lord Almighty, may your blessings be upon them. We pray for our leaders in various countries in a special manner, Heavenly Father. May you reach out to them. May wisdom from above be upon them, that when they have done so, Heavenly Father, Africa shall be greater than it has been. We praise you. We thank you, Heavenly Father. Lead us and take charge of these proceedings. In the name of Christ we pray. Amen.
You are well blessed. I think that was a powerful. NIPAM has quite a number of pastors. Thank you, Mr. Mobita, for opening this session with a prayer. In terms of the official program this morning, the welcoming will be facilitated by Mrs. Naris, and then we'll have a message from the African Union. That will be online. The next message will be from the African Association of Public Administration and Management, APAM, online as well. And then we'll have another message of support from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, online. And then we'll have a performance from the band, followed by a statement from the President, introduction of the keynote speaker by Ms. Naris, and then the keynote address by Prime Minister, a performance by the band, vote of thanks that will be facilitated by the Secretary General, and then I will conclude with announcement, and then we'll sing our anthems, and then after the official program, we'll take a group photo. Yes, in terms of few announcements, I think in terms of the ablution facilities, as you leave the hall, there are ablution facilities out there. The registration desk will be open for the day. Organizing a conference of this magnitude, it requires financial resources. And we all have made commitment to be here. Please, if you didn't settle the bill, you just go to the ladies outside there. They have the necessary facilities. Cell phones, I think it's important for us to put them on a mute mode. We have also received a sponsorship from the Ministry of Health and Social Services. There will be a clinic outside there in case you don't feel well. I will come to you later with regard to the program for the week. But as we finish the day today, we'll have a cocktail function outside here. And tomorrow, we are going to show the hospitality of the Namibian people by having a gala dinner. Right Honorable Prime Minister and Madam Gurare, you have been invited also for the gala dinner. The delegates, they have indicated to me that they want to interact informally with you tomorrow. I hope you will have time for us tomorrow. In terms of the chairpersons for the various groups, the international chairpersons, we are going to have a very short session with you during tea break. It is my singular honor now to invite Ms. Naris to welcome you to this AMDIN Conference. Ms. Naris.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Ilian Gorare, Director of Proceedings, and NIPAM Executive Director, Dr. Morange, esteemed executive directors and heads of public institutions, Mr. Tombola Mukwe from the DRC, President of AMDIN, Ms. Pindile Mukwanazi, Secretary General of AMDIN, AMDIN executives and affiliate institutions, development partners, senior public servants, here present, conference delegates, good morning. It is both a privilege and an honor to warmly welcome you all to Namibia, and more specifically to Windhoek, for the second AMDIN Conference. On behalf of the Governing Council of the Namibian the Institute of Public Administration, NIPAM, I extend a heartfelt appreciation to each one of you for taking the time to be part of this important continental gathering. Your presence here is a demonstration of our shared commitment to the advancing of public sector leadership, strengthening institutions, and shaping the future of governance on our continent. We are truly honored to host such a distinguished assembly of professionals, practitioners, policymakers, and thought leaders. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, this year's conference is convened under the theme Transformative Public Service Leadership for Sustainable Development and Inclusive Growth in Africa. This theme could not be more timely or relevant. It speaks directly to the urgent need for African governments to rethink leadership within the public service, moving beyond traditional approaches towards more adaptive, innovative, and citizen-centered leadership models. It challenges us to reflect on how we can transform our institutions to deliver sustainable development outcomes while ensuring that no one is left behind. Transformative leadership is not simply about managing systems, it's about inspiring change, driving innovation, and creating public value. It's about leaders who are ethical, visionary, and responsive to the needs of the citizens. As management development institutes, we carry a profound responsibility to nurture such leaders, leaders who will champion inclusive growth, strengthen governance systems, and contribute meaningfully to socio-economic transformation of Africa. Reflecting on the AMDIN journey, this conference marks a significant milestone in the journey of AMDIN. As many of you will recall, the decision for Namibia to host this second conference was taken during the first AMDIN conference held in Ghana last year. That moment was not only symbolic, but also a clear vote of confidence in NIPAM's role and contribution within the AMDIN network. Since becoming a member of AMDIN, NIPAM has remained a committed and fully paid-up member, actively participating in the network's initiatives and contributing to its vision of building a capable and developmental states across Africa. Our continued engagement reflects our firm belief that collaboration, knowledge sharing, and collective action are essential to addressing the complex governance challenges facing our continent today. AMDIN itself has grown into a vital platform that brings together management development institutes across Africa, fostering partnerships, promoting best practices, and strengthening capacity development efforts in the public sector. This conference therefore provides us with an opportunity not only to reflect on how far we've come, but also to chart a bold and transformative path forward. Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen and delegates, we meet at a time when African governments are under increasing pressure to deliver efficient, transparent, and citizen-centered services. In this context, management development institutes such as ours play a pivotal role. We are not merely training institutions. We are catalysts for change. We are responsible for equipping public servants with skills, knowledge, and leadership capabilities required to drive transformation within government systems. As a host institution, NIPAM is proud to be part of Namibia's broader vision of building a professional and capable public service. Since its establishment through the NIPAM Act of 2010, the Institute has played a central role in strengthening public sector performance through training, consultancy, research, and capacity evaluation. We believe that a well-functioning public service is a backbone of national development. It is through competent leadership and effective administration that governments can deliver on their mandates and improve the lives of citizens. Hosting this conference is therefore not just an event for us. It is a reaffirmation of our commitment to continental cooperation and excellence in public administration. Distinguished delegates, as we engage over the next 3 days, I encourage all of us to approach our discussions with openness, curiosity, and a willingness to learn from one another. Africa's challenges are complex, but they are not insurmountable. By working together, leveraging on our collective expertise, and embracing innovation, we can build public institutions that are resilient, inclusive, and future-ready. To our esteemed delegates visiting Namibia for the first time, allow me to extend a special welcome. Namibia is known for its rich cultural heritage, peaceful environment, and a warm hospitality. We hope that beyond the conference sessions, you'll find time to experience the beauty and uniqueness of this country. Please spend an extra day or two to travel out to Swakopmund, to go to Okahanja, to go to Rehoboth. You'll find so many wonderful historical places that you can visit and go home and tell people about. We trust that your stay here will be both productive and memorable. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we appreciate your presence this morning and look forward to listening to your wise counsel as you officially open this conference. As a custodian of NIPAM, we appreciate your unwavering support in advancing the mandate of NIPAM, of transforming the public sector through capacity building. We are indebted to your office for sponsoring vehicles and funding to ensure the success of this event. In closing, let me again welcome you all to the second AMDIN Conference. Your presence here is a testament to the importance of collaboration in advancing public sector excellence across Africa. As Deputy Chairperson of the NIPAM Governing Council, I am confident that this conference will not only meet its objectives, but will also leave a lasting impact on our institutions and the communities we serve. Let us work together, learn from each other, and collectively shape a stronger, more capable, and more responsive public sector for Africa. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. I thank you.
It appears that you didn't like the statement. Let's give a big round of applause. That's a good sign that I have a very capable Vice Chairperson of the Council. Thank you so much, Madam Naris, for the well-articulated statement. We are moving ahead with our program. We are now going to get a message of solidarity, of support from the African Union. That will be delivered by Mr. Isaka Gaba Abdo, Head of Division, Governance and Human Rights, Department of Political Affairs and Peace and Security. Pumla, can you facilitate this for us?
Good morning. May I proceed? May I proceed? Yeah, thank you. So, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, the President of AMDIN, the Executive Director of NIPAM, the Chairperson of the NIPAM Governing Council, Honorable Ministers and Senior Government Officials, Head of Africa MDIs, distinguished representative of UNDESA, APAM, and partner institutions, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of His Excellency Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union, I bring you warm greetings and a strong message of solidarity as you gather for this second annual conference of the Africa Management Development Institute Network, AMDIN. The African Union welcomes this timely gathering, and I want to say clearly why it matters so much. AMDIN has been and remain one of the valuable African Union think tanks. We value and wish to deepen this partnership. The conference theme, Transformative Public Service Leadership for Sustainable Development and Inclusive Growth, speaks directly to the heart of the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. It is in full alignment with Aspiration 3, which calls for an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. In fact, no continental agenda, no matter how ambitious, can succeed without a capable, ethical, and forward-looking public service. Our institutions are the delivery vehicle for every aspiration we hold, from the African Continental Free Trade Area to peace and security, from education to health, from climate resilience to digital inclusion. Distinguished delegates, we must also acknowledge the reality we face together. Across this continent, many of our public services still struggle with limited institutional capacity, persistent governance gap, and weak accountability mechanism, and the exclusion of too many young people and women from leadership. The digital divide remains a stubborn obstacle, but I also want to say that we see immense opportunity right now across Africa. Public service innovation are emerging in artificial intelligence, in e-governance, in citizen-centric reform that are transforming how governments serve their people. The African Union Commission is committed to supporting member states and the Management Development Institute to scale these successes, to move from isolated example to continental practice. And as for example, we are working with Kenya, we are working with Namibia public service institutions, and we deliver a capacity building few years ago, in order for Namibia to present its report on the implementation of the African Charter on Public Service and Administration. And in 2024, Namibia presented a very strong and comprehensive report to the Conference of State Party, highlighting how Namibia is implementing the African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration. And the upcoming week, we are planning to work with Namibia team to have a workshop with the stakeholder involved in the development of the next report of Namibia, so that Namibia will present its second report, submit its second report to the African Union. I want to assure you that the African Union Commission concrete commitment through our governance structure, we are dedicated to enhancing our collaboration with AMDIN and NIPAM here in Namibia, to professionalizing public administration across all regional economic community. We are committed to promoting ethical leadership at the cornerstone of the African governance platform, and we will champion digital transformation in governance, assuring that no citizen is left behind as technology reshapes the relationship between the state and the people. As you settle down to deliberate over the next 3 days, I urge you to move beyond diagnosis to action, focus on 3 priorities. First, professionalize the public service, build competency framework that reward merit, invest in continuous learning, and create leadership pipeline that extend beyond the usual few. Second, digitalize with purpose, use AI and data, not just for efficiency, but also for accountability, transparency, and trust. Third, include the youth, women, and persons with disability into the leadership pipeline, not as a token, but as decision makers. As I conclude, let me reiterate that the Africa we want will be built only by the quiet, daily, often unseen work of a transformed public servant, someone who show up with integrity, who serve with competence, and who lead with vision. May this conference reiterate that mission across every corner of our continent. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the well-articulated message, Mr. Abdul. Your message is loud and clear, and thank you for availing your time to be with us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have to move to another meeting where I'm expecting to join.
Enjoy the other
Thank you very
meeting.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Now we'll take, I believe we are ready as well. We'll take a message from the African Association for Public Administration and Management, APAM, online, which will be delivered by George Scott, Secretary General. Are we ready?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
You can go ahead, Dr. Scott.
Our Right Honorable Dr. Ngurari, the Prime Minister of Namibia. Dr. Murangi, the Executive Director of Namibia Institute of Public Administration and Management. Mr. Tombola Muki, the President of the African Management Development Institute. Ms. Kwanazi, Secretary General of AMDIN. Mr. Isaka, the Head of Division at AU, Development Partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire African Association for Public Administration and Management, the entire fraternity, its executive committee, the council, the secretariat, it is my honor to convey a very warm message of support at this official opening session of the Second African Management Development Institute Network Annual Conference. Again, we bring you very warm support. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this outset to commend AMDIN for organizing this important continental platform under the theme, which is very relevant, namely Transformative Public Service Leadership for Sustainable Development and Inclusive Growth in Africa. This particular conference comes at a defining moment for the African continent. As we know, across the entire African continent, governments and institutions are confronted with various complex and interconnected challenges, some of which have been named already by previous speakers. But they include that of economic inequalities, unemployment, climate change, government deficits, rapid technological shifts, public sector capacity gaps, and many others, especially that of lack of proper service delivery. The theme of this conference, therefore, speaks directly to the urgent need for African institutions to very clearly rethink in terms of their governance structures, its capabilities, and to build resilient public institutions which are definitely capable of delivering sustainable and efficient inclusive growth. The theme also strongly aligns with the aspirations of the African Union Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, APAM strongly believes that Africa's development trajectory depends significantly on the quality of its leadership. For this reason, investment in leadership development and institutional strengthening, public sector innovation, and ethical governance must remain a continental priority. And that is why we congratulate AMDIN for this very important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to recognize AMDIN and its continued contribution towards strengthening management development institutes and promoting professionalization of the African public service. We clearly see that since its inception, AMDIN has played an important role in fostering collaboration, knowledge exchange, research, capacity building, and among others, across the continent. Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I clearly want to mention that APAM has a very outstanding MOU with AMDIN and has collaborated very well with AMDIN over the years. And we value our partnership and collaboration. Having worked closely with AMDIN, we realize that AMDIN is really a strong partner. Ladies and gentlemen, APAM has always supported public sector transformation through various capacity building programs. For example, recently, 2 weeks ago, APAM DPSA 10th Research Seminar was held at the Stellenbosch University of the School of Public Leadership on the theme, Leadership Focusing on Governance for Impact, Translating Africa's Commitment into Resilient State Institutions and Communities. This forum brought together wide participants of researchers, practitioners, scholars from many African countries who resolved to place emphasis on translating commitments into real impact. This forum was practically exhibited by South Africa government's launching of the Open Governance Partnership, which brought up the issues of challenges to justice, which exemplifies an open accountability and citizen-centric approach to addressing access to justice. APAM further advocates for renewed research and research funding to support evidence-based policy making, and especially its implementation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as APAM, we strongly reaffirm our unwavering commitment to promoting professional, accountable, citizen-centered, and resilient public administration systems. I'm confident that the deliberations being generated by admin today and the next few days will generate valuable insights, strengthen networks, and contribute to meaningful shaping of the future of governance on the African continent. As I conclude, allow me to invite all of you to the APAM Leadership Conference scheduled for September in Mombasa. But most importantly, we invite all of you to the APAM Annual Roundtable Conference scheduled for 8 to 11 December in Lesotho. We want to see all of you there. Once again, on behalf of the entire APAM fraternity and its executive committee, council, and secretariat, I congratulate the African Development Management Institute Network, AMDIN, and the Namibia Institute of Public Administration and Management for convening this very important conference, to which we wish all participants fruitful engagement and successful deliberations. Thank you, and wish all of you the best. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. We now move to the final online message from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. That will be delivered by Ms. Andriana Alberti. Are we ready? Pumla?
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address this distinguished audience. I am particularly pleased to welcome the African Management Development Institutes Network, AMDIN, as a new member of the United Nations Public Administration Network, UNPAN. I also wish to express our strong support for this partnership. UNPAN is led by the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government within the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. It is a global network that connects institutions and experts working on effective governance and public administration for sustainable development in line with Goal 16 of the 2030 Agenda. I encourage all of you to visit the UNPAN website. It provides access to a wide range of knowledge, tools, and online services related to governance and public administration. This partnership reflects a shared commitment, a commitment to strengthening governance capacities, a commitment to supporting public servants and institutions as they respond to increasingly complex challenges. The theme of this conference, Transformative Public Service Leadership for Sustainable Development and Inclusive Growth in Africa, is both timely and highly relevant. As you all know, we are living through a period of rapid technological change, economic uncertainty, and rising public expectations. In this context, transformative public leadership is essential. It is essential for building resilient institutions, restoring trust in government, and accelerating progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Public servants today need more than technical skills. They need new mindsets, strategic thinking, ethical leadership, and the capacity to innovate. They must be able to deliver results while responding to uncertainty and change. More than ever, we must move towards resilient and forward-looking leadership. Governments are facing multiple and interconnected crises, climate change, economic shocks, digital disruption, and growing inequalities. Therefore, public leaders must not only respond to immediate challenges, they must also anticipate future risks, prepare for uncertainty, and guide long-term transformation. This is why anticipatory governance matters. This is why innovation matters. And this is why agile and adaptive institutions are so important for sustainable development in Africa and beyond. AMDIN has played an important role in advancing public administration training, research, and professional development across the continent. By bringing together schools of government and public administration institutes, AMDIN has created a strong platform for collaboration, peer learning, and innovation. We are particularly encouraged by the focus of this partnership on knowledge exchange and capacity development, the emphasis on transformational leadership, policy coherence, public sector innovation, transparency, accountability, integrity, and digital government is both timely and necessary. This collaboration is also closely aligned with the principles of effective governance for sustainable development that were endorsed by the United Nations Committee, that were prepared by the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration and endorsed by the Economic and Social Council. These principles, revolving around effectiveness, accountability, and inclusiveness, provide practical guidance for building capable public institutions that can support implementation of the SDGs. At DPIDG UNDESA, capacity development is one of our core mandates. We work closely with member states and schools of public administration to strengthen public institutions and governance systems that are responsive, resilient, and future-oriented. Through training programs, policy advisory services, digital learning, and partnerships with schools of public administration, DPIDG supports countries in building the capacities needed to advance the SDGs. One important contribution is the curriculum on governance for the SDGs. Developed by UNDESA, the curriculum supports schools of public administration and training institutes in strengthening the competencies of public servants. It's available on our website and can be freely accessed and used for learning and training purposes by anyone. It offers practical learning modules on integrated policy making, stakeholder engagement, innovation, digital government, and public service transformation. In addition, UNDESA and the International Association of Schools and Institutes of Administration, IASA, recently launched the new Standards of Excellence in Public Administration Education and Training. These standards provide an important global reference framework. They help strengthen the quality, relevance, and impact of public administration education and training institutions. Strong public institutions and capable civil servants are fundamental to sustainable development. Investments in public administration education and continuous learning are investments in the future of governance itself. South-South cooperation is equally important. Sharing experiences, lessons learned, and good practices helps strengthen effective and inclusive governance across regions and countries. We are confident that our collaboration with AMDIN and with all of you will contribute to stronger public institutions, greater innovation, and accelerated progress towards Sustainable Development Goals 16 and 17. We look forward to the positive impact this partnership will bring to public servants, institutions, and communities across Africa. I wish you successful deliberations and hope to join you in person next year. Thank you very much.
This one was pre-recorded, eh? But I think the message was clear. Let's conclude this part by inviting the band to give us one item. That was great. That's how we welcome international delegates to Namibia. And they came all the way from Maruru. Thank you so much. Let me now invite the president of AMDIN, Mr. Tombola Muke, from DRC to make a statement. Mr. President.
Très honorable Premier ministre,
The Right Honorable Prime Minister,
Madame la vice-présidente du conseil d'administration de NIPAM,
Mrs. the Vice President of the Council of NIPAM,
Monsieur le directeur exécutif de NIPAM,
the Executive Director for NIPAM,
distingué vice-président de région de l'AMDIN,
distinguished Vice President from regions of AMDIN,
Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, chers collègues d'AMDIN,
ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear AMDIN colleagues.
c'est pour moi un honneur et une profonde joie de vous accueillir à cette deuxième conférence annuelle d'AMDIN, ici à Windhoek, en Namibie.
It is for me both an honor and a profound joy to welcome you to this second annual AMDIN Conference here in Windhoek, in Namibia.
Dans ces beaux pays qui nous rappellent, dès l'atterrissage, pourquoi l'AMDIN existe.
This beautiful country which reminds us from the very moment of landing here why AMDIN really exists.
En effet, au-delà de la qualité de route, de l'ordre de la propriété, manifestation visible d'un État efficace, ici en Namibie, même les déserts semblent administrés avec discipline.
Indeed, beyond the quality of the roads, the order and the cleanliness, visible manifestations of an efficient state government here in Namibia, even the desert seems to be administered with discipline.
J'en profite pour exprimer notre immense gratitude aux autorités namibiennes ainsi qu'à celles du NIPAM pour leur hospitalité et la qualité de l'accueil nous réservé.
I would like to take this opportunity to express our immense gratitude to the Namibian authorities as well and NIPAM authorities for their hospitality and the quality of the welcome extended to us.
Je dois d'ailleurs vous avouer qu'après seulement une journée à Windhoek, plusieurs délégués envisagent déjà de prolonger leur séjour et même de demander la nationalité namibienne.
I must confess that only one day after being in Windhoek, several delegates are already considering extending their stay and even applying for Namibian nationality.
Et certains d'entre nous commencent à regarder les services publics de leur propre pays avec un peu de culpabilité ces matins.
And some of us have begun to look at their own public service in our own countries with a touch of guilt this morning.
Mais c'est précisément pour cela qu'AMDIN a été créé en 2005 comme une plateforme continentale pour le développement des capacités du secteur public à travers notamment l'apprentissage entre pairs en vue de renforcer les capacités de leadership et de gestion au sein des gouvernements et soutenir les priorités de développement de l'Afrique.
But this is exactly and precisely why AMDIN was created in 2005 as a continental platform for strengthening public sector capacity, notably through peer learning, with the aim of reinforcing leadership and management capabilities within government and supporting Africa's development priorities.
En effet, AMDIN est né de la conviction suivante.
AMDIN was born based on the following conviction.
Beaucoup de pays possèdent de ressources naturelles, mais les nations qui progressent réellement sont celles qui réussissent à transformer leurs ressources du sous-sol en qualité des institutions au-dessus du sol.
The conviction is that many countries possess natural resources, but the nations that truly progress are those that succeed in transforming their underground resources in the quality of institutions above the ground.
Et la Namibie offre à l'Afrique une illustration inspirante de cette ambition.
And Namibia offers Africa an inspiring illustration of this ambition.
Le thème que nous avons choisi pour cette deuxième conférence, Leadership transformateur dans la fonction publique pour le développement durable et la croissance inclusive, fait également écho à cette conviction.
The theme we have chosen for this second conference, which is Transformative Public Service Leadership for Sustainable Development and Inclusive Growth in Africa, is echoed through this theme.
Nous croyons que la richesse la plus importante dont dispose l'Afrique ne devrait pas être le cuivre, ni les diamants, ni les cobaltes, mais des services publics d'excellence.
We believe that the wealth, the most important wealth that Africa should be proud of should not be copper, diamond, or cobalt, but the most important wealth we have is public service with excellence.
Que notre potentiel le plus important, ce n'est ni l'or, ni le lithium, mais les femmes et les hommes du service public.
That our potential, the most important potential we have is not gold, not lithium, but ladies, the men and women that do good service, public service.
C'est cela qui ressort également du plan stratégique 2022-2027 d'AMDIN, qui repose sur 4 axes, notamment le renforcement des capacités du secteur public et la performance institutionnelle, la promotion de la transformation numérique et l'innovation en matière de gouvernance.
That's what comes up also from our strategic plan 2022 through 2027 at AMDIN. That is based on 4 major domains, notably capacity building of public sector, institutional performance, promotion of transformative digitalization, innovation in governance.
À la faveur de la mise en œuvre de ces plans stratégiques, AMDIN s'est développé et compte aujourd'hui 21 membres à travers le continent.
That's why, based on this, what I've said, the AMDIN has developed today and counts 21 members through the continent.
Et nous avons la chance aujourd'hui de réunir les 5 grandes régions de notre continent, la région Afrique du Nord, la région Afrique de l'Ouest, la région Afrique centrale, la région Afrique de l'Est et la région Afrique australe.
And today we are proud and lucky to put together the 5 big regions of AMDIN in the continent, namely Northern African region, West African region, Central African region, East African region, and Southern African region.
Cette diversité fait d'AMDIN une véritable mosaïque africaine où chaque voix enrichit l'ensemble et où notre pluralité devient notre force.
This diversity makes AMDIN to become a real mosaic of Africa, where every single voice gives wealth to the entire community, and where plurality becomes our strength.
Et le fait que je m'adresse à vous en français aujourd'hui est la preuve que notre réseau est bel et bien continental, que la petite graine plantée en 2005 en Afrique du Sud est devenue désormais un grand baobab continental.
And the fact for me to talk to you in French today is a proof that our network is truly continental, and the small seed that was planted in 2005 in South Africa has become today a big continental baobab.
Ces développements s'est traduit également par la mise en place de plusieurs partenariats internationaux, dont le dernier en date est celui noué avec les départements des affaires économiques et sociales des Nations Unies, UNDESA.
this development is also translated into those several partnerships that have been made internationally, and the last one being the one by the UNDESA.
Ces développements, enfin, c'est aussi cette deuxième conférence annuelle d'AMDIN.
This development at the end is also translated through the second annual conference of AMDIN.
Ainsi, durant ces 3 jours, nous allons partager nos expériences, confronter nos pratiques et bâtir ensemble des solutions adaptées aux réalités africaines.
And therefore, during these 3 days, we are going to share our experiences, confront our practices, and to build together solutions that are adapted to our African realities.
Je tiens à remercier l'Institut namibien de gestion publique et d'administration NIPAM pour son hospitalité et l'organisation exemplaire des présentes assises.
I would like to honor and recognize the NIPAM for their hospitality and for the exemplary organization of this organization today.
Je souhaite également exprimer ma profonde gratitude à Madame Findile Kwanazi, secrétaire générale d'AMDIN, au vice-président des régions ici présents, ainsi que à Madame Pumla et tous les secrétariats techniques d'AMDIN pour leur engagement indéfectible et leur rôle déterminant dans la consolidation de notre réseau.
I wish also to express my profound gratitude to Ms. Pindile Mkwanazi, Secretary General of AMDIN, and to Madame Pumla especially for this assistance to the Secretariat, Technical Secretary of AMDIN, for all the engagement that is made and their role that are determinant in the consolidation of our network.
Je voudrais adresser un mot particulier d'encouragement à toutes celles et à tous ceux qui, par leur contribution, nourriront la réflexion et enrichiront nos travaux.
I would particularly address a word of thanks and encouragement to those ladies and gentlemen who are going to make contributions to nourish our reflection and to enrich our work.
Très honorable Premier ministre,
Honorable Prime Minister,
distingués invités, chers collègues,
distinguished guests and dear colleagues,
l'Afrique attend de nous un service public renouvelé, capable de porter la croissance inclusive et de garantir un avenir durable.
Africa expects from us to have a renewed public service capable to bring growth which is inclusive, and we can make a sustainable future for Africa.
Ensemble, faisons de cette conférence un jalon décisif vers cette ambition.
Let us together make this conference become the seed that will make us reach that ambition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I could see very few of us followed in French. Some of you were struggling. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also echo what you have said in terms of support. The local organizing team has received from Pumla and the Secretary General. I think it was overwhelming. That's why we are here today. Thank you, Mr. President. And now we move to the keynote address. And before we do that, let me invite Ms. Naris to introduce the guest of honor, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Ms. Naris, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and profound privilege to introduce our keynote speaker today. As Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Ilia Ngurare doesn't only serve as the leader of government business in Parliament, He's a dedicated public servant that has served this nation for many years. And he's championed the transformation of Namibia public administration into a digital, citizen-centered, and performance-driven apparatus. And I've actually looked at, for the last year, since he became our Prime Minister, some notable reforms that he's actually been involved in at his office. And I've noted a few of them. We have been, as a nation, looking at eradicating bureaucracy and really targeting the inefficiencies in the civil service. The second one that is close to my heart, because I also work for a public enterprise, we've been included as well as public enterprises, those working in public enterprises, was a reform on the Public Procurement Act, really looking at that act, overhauling it, but also looking at focusing and targeting Namibian local businesses. As Namibia, we're really heavily dependent on imports from other countries, but we've got lots of talented people in this country. And so we are looking at local is lekker, manufacturing here and actually investing in our own people. Then we're also looking at digital transformation and really advocating for automation. I'm probably the outliner here today because I've seen the speakers before me have used their iPads and their Macs and their phones, and I'm still using paper. But that's just me, I like my paper, but really looking at automation, but as a role of using it to be more efficient. Then we're also looking and being more accessible for our people who are out there in the regions. Then as well, in terms of public enterprise reform, I was asking him this morning as we walked in to ask him how far are we with the Public Enterprises Act. It's a bill, it's being reformed as well, but it's looking at public enterprises and how do we contribute as well to socioeconomic development in this country. Something else that's close to my heart being a lawyer is looking at ethical governance and accountability. And he's been advocating that ethics must remain at the heart of government operations. I've been listening also to the speeches of the Prime Minister over the last year, and he continuously reminds us as citizens of this country to say that public servants are the engine that drives government, and he calls on all of us to double up efforts to deliver service delivery for our citizens. I end the quote, so that's actually a quotation from the Prime Minister himself. So please join me in giving a warm and respectful Namibian welcome to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Ili Ngurare.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. I also happen to be on the paper trail. Thank you so very much, our Deputy for the Governance Council. Maybe before I start, Director of Ceremonies, where is he? He's there. So I want to inform you, especially our guests, that when I finished high school, I, of course, didn't have a job, as many people would relate. And somebody in this room, who is now the ED for NIPAM, was in charge of NAMCOL. And NAMCOL stands for, I think, Namibia Open Learning, College of Open Learning. He's one of the founders. So I became his employee as a teacher. That is in Erongo region where you are encouraged to go and visit. I hope you get a chance to go to Erongo region. So Director of Ceremony, thank you so very much. The only thing I want to inherit from you is the magic of looking young, even all these years. I look older than him. Give him a round of applause. Our esteemed guests that have come from all the 14 or 21 countries led by Muswe I'm trying my French. Mswe Tombola Muke, Presidente do Africa do Management, do Africa Management, yeah, something like that. My sister Pindile Mkwanazi, Secretary General of AMDIN, Executives and Affiliated Institutions Development Partners. I also recognize Ms. Evelyn Zimbanaris, Vice Chairperson of NIPAM Governing Council and Council members here present, Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, our Ambassador Nandago here, and other members of the Public Service Commission that are here, as well as various CEO or head of institutions that are here. The Office of the Prime Minister, I'm told they are ably represented here. Senior public servants in various capacities. There are our colleagues from Ghana, Etisen. Yeah, yes. I head of Malawi, Zambia, Mulimbwanje. I'm trying. South Africa, you are part of us. So Lesotho, you are part of us. Eswatini, you are part of us. SADC. But what I heard is that the dream was planted in 2005, or the seed was planted in Africa del Sul. Eh? Africa del Sul, eh? Yes. Yeah, you see my French, next time you come, it will be perfect. So I want to salute all the 5 regions of AMDIN: East, North, Central, South. Who did I leave out? West, of course, Etisen, that's where it was, in Ghana. And I want us to also give a round of applause to men and women in the Namibia Correctional Service for the wonderful song that they made there. And colleagues that are following online, according to Ms. Naris. Hello for those of you that are online. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, everybody here present, I am deeply honored to join you this morning to address this distinguished gathering of public servants, practitioners, and champions, or reform champions from across the African continent. As we were preparing for these remarks with the special advisor, we were talking and say how beautiful it is that APAM and ADMIN, APAM and AMDIN, they have entered into an MOU, and an MOU centered on collaboration on public sector reform. I want to commend all of you. Let's give them a round of applause for that. Indeed, we meet at a critical juncture in our continent's development journey, when the demands of public service are increasing in complexity, agency, and scope. I therefore extend my appreciation to the Executive Committee of AMDIN, and of course to our host, NIPAM, for convening this timely dialogue under the theme, Transformative Public Service Leadership for Sustainable Development and Inclusive Growth in Africa. This theme is not only relevant, but also imperative. You have heard it in the prayer of Vamobita, that all governments in Africa are moving and should move towards transformation of the public service sector to improve service, above all, to transform the lives of our people. The theme clearly interrogates and asks us to reflect on the kind of leadership required to steer our public institutions through an era defined by rapid technological changes, demographic pressures, climate challenges, economic uncertainties, and of course, rising citizen expectations. Over the next 3 days, you will reflect on the following interrelated sub-themes that collectively define the architecture of a modern, resilient, and people-centered African public service. One is governance, accountability, and ethical leadership in African public service. 2, building institutional capacity and professionalizing the public service. 3, digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and innovation for public sector renewal. And inclusive public service. Of course, inclusivity has been alluded to by my previous speakers who touched on the role of women, the role of youth, the role of vulnerable groups, and all sectors of society in leadership and development. And 5, partnership, regional integration, and collaborative governance for Africa's Agenda 2063. And finally, resilient and future-ready public services for sustainable development and crisis management. Dear delegates, at the heart of governance that is transparent, accountable, and anchored in ethical leadership. Without these foundational pillars, no amount of policy innovation or technological advancement can yield sustainable development. Africa's development trajectory demands leaders who are not only competent, but principled, leaders who understand that public office is a sacred trust and should never be sources of self-enrichment, but mirrors through which our people see themselves. This means we must strengthen accountability systems, reinforce oversight institutions, and promote performance-driven public service cultures. Citizens must be able to trust that public resources are managed responsibly, decisions are made transparently, and leaders are answerable for outcomes. Esteemed delegates, I'm glad to note that digitalization of the public sector systems is one of the identified sub-themes that you will be discussing the next 3 days. For Namibia, recently, we convened a national public sector reform workshop in this very place here, and it was attended by some IT experts, I think including the honorable gentleman who was speaking there online. And some came from Kenya, some from Ethiopia, some from, of course, South Africa, the big brother, except when we play soccer. It is indeed clear that we are living through a technological revolution that is reshaping every aspect of governance and service delivery. Digital transformation, artificial intelligence are no longer optional tools, they are essential enablers of modern public administration. But as much as we want to utilize AI to improve efficiency and expand access to services, we should always keep in mind that human intelligence remains the most dominant intelligence ever created. No other intelligence can replace it. We must therefore approach this transformation responsibly. Artificial intelligence, no doubt, offers transformative potential in areas such as data-driven decision-making, predictive service delivery, fraud detection, and citizen engagement. But you must agree with me that the strength of artificial intelligence is determined by those who program it. In other words, those that teach the machines and those who determine the solutions to be developed by the machines, languages, because these are languages. Therefore, for Africa Public Service, we expect that artificial intelligence must be informed by indigenous knowledge of our continent through our cultural norms and traditions. Governments should be able to practically collaborate and construct adequate infrastructure to support the development of AI tailored for our respective countries and peoples. To this end, digital inclusion must be prioritized to ensure that rural communities of Africa, youth, women, vulnerable groups are not left behind. Innovation must be embedded in the DNA of public service. We must create environments where experimentation is encouraged. Failure is treated as a learning opportunity. And successful innovations are scaled across the continent. Africa must define its priorities and ensure the raw materials that drive this technology must benefit Africans. In other words, nothing stops us from developing our own hardware, such as computers, smartphones, laptops, our own software, and social media applications for what the late Marcus Garvey will say, for Africans by Africans. Admin executive team and conference delegates. I hope you will indulge me in saying that what I'm saying is not rocket science. If we continue to be just consumers of those who are programming these machines to act and do as other countries, and we expect them to give us results in the African context, we will wait for a long time. And we have our own institutions of higher learning. We have our own bright minds in our respective countries. What is required is we must have confidence and trust of self. If somebody comes from Ghana, somebody comes from Eswatini, somebody comes from Namibia, South Africa, saying they have an idea which will revolutionize AI, we must not frown on them just because they are not coming from Silicon Valley. We must embrace them and help them to navigate the sophistication of AI. While we are seated where we are, artificial intelligence, in your own language, how would you define it? Try it. What is Bluetooth? What is wireless? Okay, you have 3 days to think about it. As you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's total population stands at 1.5 billion. As I address you today, 70% of that figure is the youth. That in itself is a statement we must not take lightly. Because in that figure, or in that 70%, these are human beings with tears and with feelings. They celebrate when things are good, and they will frown when things are not good. Bad decisions that we might take today by excluding or over-reliant on AI of others, for example, will destroy hopes and aspirations of that population, the 70% I'm referring to. It is their future which bad decisions will destroy. In other words, if in the public service here, there is a software that needs to function and assist governance, now we go to other countries when next to your neighbor there is somebody who can do it. But because for some reason, we think that the other software, because it is coming from beyond the seas, is better than the one from Eswatini. Then we are witched. We do not have the confidence of self. We do not have the appreciation of self. Yes, we have all the Microsoft, what, we have so many things, what. Who says that Zambia cannot have Zambia Microsoft? Or not call it Microsoft, maybe something else. And Namibia can also have maybe Kapana technology. Lesotho, you can have maybe water technology or blanket technology. But with the capacity to be able to revolutionize the very same public service that we are saying. I hope you get the point that I'm trying to say. Africa's youth population must therefore be recognized as a strategic asset that can break this chain of over-reliance. Nobody will build them if not ourselves. Young people bring creativity, energy, and technological fluency that are essential for public sector renewal. We must therefore create structured pathways for youth participation in leadership and policy formulation. Our clarion call is to make tomorrow better than today. Furthermore, vulnerable groups must not be excluded from development processes. Inclusive governance requires intentional policies that address inequality, disability inclusion, rural marginalization, and socioeconomic disparities. A truly inclusive public service is one that leaves no one behind. Again, we say these things, we talk these things in English, in French. We can even laugh in English and French. But inclusivity must also mean that we must not shy away from embracing our own traditional norms. And if you are a public servant, it does not mean that you can only bring closer those who speak your language or those who come from a certain area. It means everybody. Some call it tribalism, but I'm not sure. Maybe English is a tribe, maybe French is a tribe. I don't know. But we are here laughing in English and French. So a public servant must therefore be like a sponge that takes in everybody and be able to afford them the opportunity to harness their creativity and ingenuity. Ladies and gentlemen, since the scramble of Africa, 1884, 1885, African countries were carved up into pieces, parceled to Western countries as colonies whose rich mineral resources were extracted and exported to develop Europe and the Americas. Colonial powers cared little about Africa and its people, whose labor, including slave labor, helped facilitate the extraction and export. Our political independence, therefore, as it has, you know, Ghana, we refer to you. From 1957 onwards. So in other words, from the year that often is called the year of Africa, 1960, 57, but more 60, many African countries gained their independence and others followed suit. Of course, Namibia and you, South Africa. Namibia is even older than you in that group. That's why I say they are big brother in one respect, but here, Namibia is a big brother. Yes, Namibia can be clapped for. Our political independence, therefore, should reverse this exploitative trend. Africa needs economic independence. Our rich mineral resources must be processed here and exported as finished products to add value to create jobs. And public servants have a bigger role to play in this. In our bilateral relations with other continents and other peoples, we must not be beggars, but as proud owners of the raw materials others so desperately need, even now in the year of our Lord 2026 and beyond. In this process, we must be resolved, or we must rather be resolute and clear about what we want. Each of us must be an ambassador of hope as public servants. Let us make Africa better. These are our own God-given resources. They were not found dangling in the air without ownership. They are ours, and we must assert that ownership without fear. While many investors land here with their public or private planes to enjoy heaven in Africa, Africans must enjoy Africa more than others. As African public servants, let us equally interrogate how many Africans must drown to death crossing the Mediterranean Sea to reach Europe because it's deemed better there. How many children trek the Sahel Desert in search of what they believe to be better heavens, while the better heaven is being left and exploited by others? Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking as us, and we should not sleep peacefully in the midst of such man-made deaths. We must reverse this trend by making living conditions in Africa better. We have the resources to do so. What we lack often is the will. Let us break that chain by deploying our resources to make Africa better. The challenges facing Africa today are transnational in nature. No single country can address them in isolation, whether it is the effects of the current geopolitical fuel crisis or oil crisis, climate change, trade, migration, economic development, or public health. Collaboration is essential. Strengthening partnership between governments, development institutions, the private sector, academia, and civil society is therefore critical. Regional integration, as envisioned in Agenda 2063, provides a powerful platform for shared prosperity. Through harmonized policies, knowledge exchange, and institutional cooperation, African states can accelerate development outcomes. We must embrace a government model that is collaborative rather than siloed, integrated rather than fragmented. As I conclude, when Her Excellency President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah addressed public servants right here last year, she said, and I quote, referring to the public servants, "You are that is now public servants and technocrats, that you are an indispensable national resource. You are the vital component, the machinery that keeps the wheel of government running. You are the gears of the engine of state administration. You are the bridge between policies and people, between vision and reality. Without your active, ethical, and capable participation, government cannot function effectively, nor will it deliver the required services to the nation, unquote. This message is not only meant for Namibian public servants. This message cuts across public services in Africa. Let us, therefore, move from discussion to implementation, from intention to impactful action, and from vision to visible transformation. Together, we can build a public service that truly serves the people of Africa with excellence, integrity, and purpose. Traditional leaders, informal traders, cattle headers, cleaners, business people, students, teachers, people all over Africa, rich and poor, educated or not educated, boy child or girl child, speakers of all languages, they are all our people. Let us work together with one aim and one destiny as a people. Let's continue to develop infrastructures that unite us, such as road and rail network, from Cape to Cairo, from Mombasa to Dakar. Let us assist our political leadership to ensure that every African has adequate food and will have access to basic amenities such as water, housing, sanitation, electricity, schools, hospitals, telecommunications, and economic empowerment. I dare say these are things that would be achieved through common sense. They do not need a legislation of common sense. If it is, let's have a faculty of common sense in our universities. When all of us, if we are traveling anywhere and we need a DSA, it doesn't need a legislation at that point. And therefore, when we see a woman selling or struggling, and that woman only needs $100, it should also be faster the same way our signature for DSA is signed. That is humanity. That is common sense. Let us live here after this conference, committed, collectively and individually, to do our part in walking the talk. And I say walking the talk because if you are to go into the libraries of many African conferences outcomes, you will find a lot of volumes of documents upon documents. We have talked, we have talked, we have talked. Until and unless we walk the talk of what we have decided, what we will decide here, we are likely to be an addition to that dictionary. And I know, as I can see from your faces, you say we are going to turn the clock and we are going to make things different after this. Do we agree? Yes. I like that. Let us therefore make the AU anthem songs, the chorus in that song that we have just sung. O sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun, flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. And by so doing, ensuring that the resources of Africa benefit every African household, every African person. With these remarks, I declare the second AMDIN Conference officially open. I wish you fruitful deliberations over the next 3 days. And those of you that will go to other parts of Namibia, make sure that you enjoy Kapana, and make sure that if you need to stay, you can stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You may be seated. I'm always telling people, when you're up there, don't forget to look down. You know, those years, Right Honorable Prime Minister is referring to, it was 1992 to 1994. I was an inspector of education. He was just a graduate from the high school. I was the boss. Now I report to him. So when you are up there, look down. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for the well-articulated message. Message is very clear. We got homework. If we have to go to communities, rural communities, and sensitize them about artificial intelligence, and they don't speak English, how are we going to explain to them? So we have how many languages in this room? I think at the end of the conference, we should be able to have a word for artificial intelligence in our own language. As we are seated here, all the proceedings are recorded using AI tools. We are going to have the transcript of all the proceedings after the end of the conference. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Chairperson of the Public Service Commission. I recognize your presence and your commissioners also. Let's conclude this session with the performance from the band, and after that, I will invite the Secretary General to deliver the vote of thanks. Our band from Omaruru. What do they say in Afrikaans? Heiskos. Local is lekker. It was great. Thank you so much, Secretary General.
The Right Honorable Dr. Ngurare, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Ms. Evelyn Naris, Deputy Chairperson of the Namibian Institute of Public Administration and Management, NIPAM, Dr. Morangi, Executive Director of NIPAM, Mr. Moke, President of AMDIN, distinguished representatives of African Union, United Nations, Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and African Association for Public Administration and Management, Chairperson of Public Commission and the commissioners present, Vice Presidents of AMDIN present, heads of institutions, delegates, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. Allow me on behalf of AMDIN to express our sincere gratitude for this inspiring opening ceremony. As the Prime Minister has stated, the strong message that's coming out from what he has told us is the truth, that there is no sustainable development without capable states, and no capable states without strong public institutions and purposeful leadership. Across Africa, we speak of inclusive growth, innovation, economic transformation, climate resilience, digital transformation for all, and the aspiration of our people. Yet none of these ambitions will be realized without institutions that can lead with integrity, coordinate across sectors, build public trust, and consistently deliver results. This morning's keynote address, together with the messages of support from our continental and global partners, has reminded us that the future of Africa will depend not only on what we aspire to achieve, but on the capability of our institutions to turn vision into action. On behalf of AMDIN, allow me to extend our deepest appreciation, firstly to the government and people of Namibia, especially NIPAM. Thank you for your warm hospitality, excellent organization, and commitment to advance public sector leadership on our continent. To the Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for your keynote address, which was very inspiring, making sure that as this AMDIN, we focus on building an Africa for all, that we do our best to make sure that we actually implement, not only do a talk shop. We got that message very clear. So we will listen to you, Prime Minister, and we will make sure that the results that come out from here will be implemented. As Secretariat, we commit to that. We also want to thank African Union for also being our supporter under the UNDESA. We also want to thank APAM and all other institutions, even the private sector that supports our initiatives. We know that there is a sponsor that has made us be possible to be here as well. We want to acknowledge them. We also want to thank all the delegates who have traveled from far. There's some that were not mentioned. Mauritius is here. Cyril, you know? Sierra Leone. Nigeria. How can they forget you, my sister? You were here early. So we acknowledge all of you, and as AMDIN, we are really happy that you've really supported Namibia in this quest, and we make sure that as we continue doing the work that we're called to do, we support each other. So we want to thank you for your presence, and we want to make sure that as we deliberate for the next 3 days, may we really think through of what the Prime Minister has charged us with and come out with real resolutions that we can implement. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Before we conclude, we are slightly behind the program. Few announcements. After the anthems, I will invite the high table to remain here with all the Director Generals of the National Schools of Government for a group photo, while the big group is gathering outside as you exit the hall to your left for the group photo, and then we'll take 15 minutes tea break and we'll get into this hall for the first presentation. I think it's important for me also to invite all the chairpersons for the first session. Who is the chairperson for governance, accountability, and ethical leadership? It should be governance, is Gubi Shita. Come, all the chairpersons. And then Rebecca. They should see you because you need to direct them to the different venues for the breakaway sessions. Mubita, Patrick, is Patrick here? I think we should commend also Right Honorable Prime Minister, our Home Affairs. Patrick got stranded at Armsvlei border post. I don't know what he said, the purpose of entering Namibia. Immediately I have to call the AD, and I think the matter was resolved within the next few minutes. Maybe he's tired now because he drove all the way from South Africa to Namibia. We can get a replacement for Patrick. Louise Lipan, she's here. And Kapolo is here, he's from NIPAM, and Molapo is also here. I think now we should all rise for the singing of the anthems. Our band will lead us. Thank you so much. I thank myself for directing the proceedings. The whole group can go out. The high table and the members of the Director General of different schools of governments, we can come here for a group photo, including the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. the proceedings now and make an... I've done my part, now it's your turn. I think we should get, the chairperson for this session is Sebile Dlabatsi, the Undersecretary Ministry of Public Service, Eswatini, supposed to be the chairperson. I think this is your session. You have 2 speakers for this session. We should make up with time, because in fact at 12 we're supposed to be at the breakaway sessions. So let's see how we manage the time. You take over now, the lead here. And where are the speakers for this session? 1 in the room and 1 online. All inquiries with regard to conference program, they must be directed to Dr. Buti. If things are not going well, he is the person to be blamed. So, Dr. Buti, you need to strictly follow the program so that at least we make up with the lost time.
Scared that I'm heavy outbreak. Where's the other biography? Because you've just given me 1. There are supposed to be 2 biographies. This one is for Mauritius. Yes, I only one.
Is the person here?
Yes.
You will start with this one, or you will start with the other one online?
I think let me start with the one who's present here.
I think it's better you start with this one. Go through the biography, and then you can continue while they are sorting out the biography of the other one. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. May I call this session to order? My name is Sebile Dlabatsi. I am from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Substantively, I'm the Undersecretary in the Ministry of Public Service, and I'll be chairing this session. Present in this session, may I call upon Professor Dr. Ramesh Daberi, who is the former founder director of the Ex-Civil Service Commission of Mauritius since 2015, and currently serves as registrar of the Atal Bahiri Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation. Okay. They cannot hear. Oh. Can you hear at the back? Or maybe it was the position of the mic. Once again, good morning. My name is Tebile Nhlabatsi. I am going to be chairing this session, the session on governance, accounting, and ethical leadership in the African Public Service. I am substantively the Undersecretary in the Ministry of Commerce, of Public Service, previously Commerce, maybe that's why I'm calling the former ministry, pardon me. In this session, I have Professor Dr. Ramesh Daberi, the former founder and director of the Ex-Civil Service College of Mauritius since 2015, and currently serves as a registrar of the Atal Bahiri Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation. He was awarded the rank of Grand Officer of the Star and the Key of the Indian Ocean in recognition of his contribution to education. He has lectured at universities both in the UK and Mauritius, and previously served as Deputy Director and Professor in Tourism at the Amity Institute of Higher Education. His research interests include public sector management, tourism economics, climate change, and sustainable tourism. An active researcher, he has published extensively in international journals and contributed chapters to international books and serves as a journal editor. He is also the author and of research methods for tourism and for tourism students. He has worked on projects for organizations including the WTO, UNWTO, EU, UNCTAD, Visit Scotland, EMDA, and PAGE. It's not moving, the technology thing, us who need papers. Pardon me, I think that was the end of the biography. May I take this opportunity to welcome the professor on stage? We will later be joined by a second speaker whom we shall introduce once we have the biography. Professor, short of, do we have a mic, a moving mic? Do we have a moving mic so that we can...
Okay, can it start, I think? If I get, yeah, good, the presentation is on. Okay, good morning, everybody. Bonjour tout le monde. Very pleased to be here, and thank you for the AMDIN, to make me come here. And especially special thanks to Pumla, who has really facilitated this presentation. Today, the topic I'm going to talk about is on what we have been talking since this morning, governance and transformative public leadership, especially in the age of AI. You know, we talk that AI is going at a very fast speed, but it's still somewhere in an office, in a public office, live file there, which is waiting for a fourth signature. I think we can relate to that. There are so many things that we can do. Governance and leadership is very important. I mean, if you can think about a scenario, we are living in this world, but think of a scenario where what would be the outcome if there's no governance and there's no leadership? Maybe you can think about that. What it would lead, what will prevail? Anyone? Chaos. Yeah? I mean, I think this is the picture, I think you can get there, that our offices will be closed, nobody will have trust in us, and this is what scenario will be. But fortunately, we don't want to go there, okay? So today my presentation will be around that, and this is just an outline, quick outline, so I'll try to do it very quickly. I have a lot of story to tell, but please stop me wherever if you find that it is becoming too long. I will just tell you a little bit, being an academic, look at the literature, what the data says, very objectively,
to come up with solutions or propose recommendations. Okay? So we just browse a little bit on the Africa's strengths, opportunities, and the challenges are awaiting us. What is the foundation of effective governance? And we can't not talk about the AI revolution, AI governance, emerging risks associated with AI. Good to talk about AI, but the risks that are there are present that we have to be aware. And then why we have training and capacity. I think we are management development institution. We are here. We want to explore further avenues. And I'll talk a little bit about the case study of Mauritius. To begin with, some statistics there, just to tell you a little bit about the perception. It's the citizens, they are the one who voice, sometimes their dissatisfaction about how we are managing the economy, in terms of what are the perception, the quality of service that we're offering, the civil service, the policy formulation, the implementation, and the credibility of government decision. I mean, if you can see region-wise, we are lagging behind. Sub-Saharan Africa is lagging behind. If you look at some of the most important problems, apart from unemployment, poverty, the management of the economy, there you find that corruption is there. And if you see in recent years, especially after COVID, or with COVID, I would say, from 2021 to 2023, you can see that the level of corruption has really increased significantly. I mean, I was just pointing some countries, but on average, when you take the 39 countries together, it has increased by about 58%. So it's very alarming when you look at the statistics. Corruption not only wastes public resources, but also we have to think about where those resources would have been diverted to improve public service. So that's what we have to, because see, if resources are not diverted to where it should be, the citizens are losing trust in the government. And this is what happened in Mauritius. In 2024, there was a change in government. We have 60 seats, and all the 60 seats was won by the opposition. 100% kicked the previous government out. So you see, citizens do respond to when there is a level of corruption has gone high. Because sometimes we forget what the good work has been done, but when there are corruption, they start blaming the government. So this is what happens. So it's about how do we improve governance, right? So this is what we are going to talk about, right? So what have we done in terms of control of corruption? We haven't, again, here we are lagging behind. We haven't really controlled as much, put mechanism in place to control mechanism. When you look about in terms of accountability, we all have Public Accounts Committee. We have auditors report. But again, the list comes out. We all have red flags in the auditor's report. But again, we turn the page. It goes in the parliament. The opposition will talk about it a little bit, and then everybody forgets, and then we move on again, right? So that's a problem that we are having. I will cite here the UNECA as why corruption is a big problem, right? As both a product of and a cause of poor governance and weak institution, corruption is one of the major causes of impediments to structural transformation in Africa, right? So the question is, how to improve governance and make institutions stronger? Do we have the answer? Anyone? Just shout. No, not him. Right? So there are many things that we have to do, right? So we know that governance matters. Let's what can bring. What will be the outcome? Let's think about that scenario. What would be the outcome? And then we have to work towards that outcome. So when we look at the outcome, right, if good governance, right, it would enable efficient service delivery, investor confidence. We need investors. We public officers, we're there to deliver a service. But who invests? These are those SMEs, those businesses, local, foreign. No, we want to attract foreign direct investment. But those investors, for them, when they want to place their money in your country, but if they find that there are bottlenecks there, they're going to go to a place where the ease of business, the index is high. They will turn to countries where they look at those indices. They say, well, I'm not going to invest in a country where the ease of business is very bad. So they want to set up a business. They want to open a business in 3 days. They don't want to wait. there's opportunity because of that capital that they are bringing to your country. So we need to make confidence. We have to build that confidence for investors. And that brings social stability and trust. That would be the outcome, if you want, if we have governance, good governance, right? Our concern is, we're all aware about those concerns. And this is what we have to try to mitigate those concerns. Procurement corruption is there. I'm happy to hear that the Prime Minister was talking about the Procurement Act that has come into place. And this will become a good tool. We have in Mauritius the Central Procurement Bureau. Again, we have built the act. We keep amending the act because there are always loopholes. Those who want to, I would say corrupt, or they want to influence decision makers, they find loopholes how to tailor-made the request for proposal, because then they will be awarded the bid and so on. So there are ways that there are loopholes, and we have to keep changing the laws, keep amending the laws, right? We have the Financial Crime Commission, which is in place, and they have to be active. They have to be like, I would say watchdogs, but with strong teeth, right? We can't have we can't have those watchdogs which cannot bite, right? See, in the indices for the tough, right? When they look at your cases, how many corruption, you have reported, but what actions have you taken? Because sometimes they are corruption, they are alleged corruption. They call it alleged corruption. You're bailed out. You can walk free. And then it goes years and years. 10 years goes, they are never been caught. So investors look at all these statistics, right? So to be on the gray list, right? Weak governance, as I say, causes delays, slow development, inefficiencies, and bottlenecks. In your program, and in backward, I think the program that Amdin sent, so you look at this fourth paragraph, it says that Africa stands at a pivotal moment in its development strategy. That's mentioned there. And I think I totally agree with that. And I think we are at a critical turning point. Because if we have strong governance and modern, right, if we revamp our public service, right, it can really unlock the opportunities, right? And we have immense potential in Africa. The Prime Minister has said Africa has the youngest population in the continent. 70%, the minister has said. The Prime Minister has said 70%. It's true, right? When you look at other countries in Europe, right? You look at, for example, the European countries, they have an aging population. Just see the number of homes that are being built now. They are creating homes because the population is aging. But here we have a youth. We have to now think about how the Generation Z is behaving. I'm sure that, when you're recruiting now people now in the public service, the way they behave, and you agree with me, it's not the way we would behave, right? So Generation Z, we have to take care. We have to look after them. We have to nurture them. We have to nurture them, bring the culture, put some culture, because otherwise they come, they work for 1 month, and then say, I'm fed up, and then they go somewhere else. This is what is happening to us. We are recruiting, but they come in the job, they stay for 2-3 months, and then they move somewhere else. And they are always, if you go to the pubs and nightclubs on Fridays, they are all the Generation Z are there. If you go there, you see them. They are there. So how do we manage those new generation? It's very important, right? So we have a young population. We have abundant resources which have been exploited, right? We are growing digital. We have growing digital potential, and our cities are growing. So it's very important for us to think about all these, what's happening to our continent. Key challenges there. The key challenges I'll illustrate again. We have weak governance system. The institutions are often weak. Why? Sometimes because we don't have resources. You look hardware also. We are I think suffering from hardware. Weak institutions are sometimes one of the reasons is because of under resource. I tell you, we are in Mauritius 58,000 public officers. How many of the public officers have Gmail? Not Gmail. Gov.mu or gov.mu. It's only about 20,000. So 58,000 public officers, less than half have emails, official emails. So now they are using Gmail. But Gmail is not supposed to be, it's a personal account. They're not supposed to use the personal account. But again, so it means that infrastructure-wise, we are suffering. We are under-resourced, right? So sometimes they are asking us to create miracles, but yeah, we have to look at the resources that we have. Low transparency, right? There are opacity a lot, bureaucratic inefficiencies, slow project implementation. I'll come back to that. Again, low public trust is building slowly and slowly, right? So our key question is how African public services become faster, ethical, transparent, and AI ready, right? I think one of the issues that we are facing is about bureaucracy. We say we have inherited it, you know? I mean, in Mauritius, we go to the files, they say, well, the British have been doing that, and we continue doing that, right? And we are comfortable with that. We stay in our comfortable zone, right? We don't think outside the box, right? But we need to realize the world is changing. They are moving ahead. They have moved ahead. But we are still with this colonial inheritance, and we don't want to break it down, right? We may be afraid, or we just want to stay in our comfort zone. And that is causing us lots of harm, right? So bureaucracy is one of the things, right? So when there's bureaucracy, we have a slow approval before a file gets approved, before a project gets approved, before a building permit, for example, gets approved. They are slow. So citizens are being frustrated when they look at what's happening if they don't get approval from the ministry. Excessive paperwork, fragmented decision-making, resistance to innovation. They don't want to. Whenever there is an innovation, public officers, sometimes we are a bit resistant. I heard we introduced, some years ago, we introduced fingerprinting for attendance, right? Already some public officers were saying, oh, they are going to introduce that. We are going to put sand in the apparatus just to break it down, so that we go back into this old system of signing. But when you start explaining, then this resistance to change, then they start changing their behavior. It takes time. People don't like to change habit overnight, right? So I think we want to move, right, from this red tape and delays to a system or to a place where we have faster decision, we have efficient service delivery, we have better citizen outcome, and stronger national development. But then out of this, what is happening are all these challenges and everything. We want to find a solution. Which tree do we shake? Which tree do we shake to get the result? And the result, the answer would be leadership. It's the leaders who really needs to show examples, show us the way. But leaders are not only those senior officials. Everybody is a leader. For me, even the attendant, the office auxiliary, who opens the office for us, is also a leader. Leader doesn't mean the very top. Everybody is a leader. It's just we need to take responsibility of that, right? So we need, leadership is dynamic, right? We say we have to have adaptive leadership. We have to adapt to situation. And now, we have AI coming in the pot now. So we have, at this stage, shift from AI technological innovation to an AI, if you want, AI leadership mediated system, governance system, I would say. So it has to be there. I mean, leaders need to be acquainted with AI, right? We can't just leave that to the technician. AI is just a technology, right? It's just a technology, but how do we adopt it in our context, right? Again, we have to say we can't just take something from elsewhere and then just say it will work. It will fail if we don't adapt it to our context. It's very important, right? So what we have to do is really, capacity building is very important, right? So that's why I would say the foundation of effective governance is our public officers, right? Our public officers, we need to recognize them, right? They are the one who implementers of the policy. Policy are decided by in the cabinet. The ministers come with policy. That's their job. But we are the one who implements the decision. We are implementers, right? So we have to give them incentive, right? We have to incentivize them. We have to motivate them, right? So that they can deliver. Because if they are frustrated in their job, this is where the problem comes. Bottlenecks start building up. Bureaucracy starts building up. So we need to find ways. We have, again, in Mauritius, we have the Pay Research Bureau, which comes every 5 years, where we look at the working conditions, the pay, whether there are incentives being given in terms of capacity building and so on. So again, this some sort becomes a recommendation sometimes, but also there should be policies around that aspect of capacity building. Public officers, they are the one managing all these resources. I mean, I don't know about when is your financial year, but our financial year ends in June, and now all the public officers, they are working on budget preparation, doing the committee of supply, and so on at the moment. So they are the one who will manage all the resources. And they are the facilitators of citizen services. They are the one in contact with the public and businesses. So professionalism, competence, and integrity are essential for Africa's transformation. Right? So then comes ethical leadership. Right? The other foundation is ethical leadership. Right? So if we have leadership, we have ethical leadership, what does that bring? What we need to have ethical leadership, because we talk about leadership, but sometimes we don't understand it. How do I make it become lead? What is ethical leadership? These are the ingredients of ethical leadership, right? It's about integrity, upholding strong moral values, principles, right? And act in the interest of the public, right? Accountability, take responsibility. Don't say it's not me, it's him or her. No, take responsibility. Yes, we have made something, but it's our responsibility. Take responsibility of what we are doing for decisions and be answerable for the results that come out, right? Be open, transparent, right? Be open, clear, honest in action, and communication. This is one area, I think, in all the governments that we are missing. You know, when you look at the private sector, the way they have companies, they brand their product. They have people who are PR responsible. They are the one who will advertise the product, the service. But we, in public service, we don't do that. They are not public PR officers as such. You know, to connect quickly on the social media, to connect on those platforms, to tell the public the good work we are doing. Every time it's on the Facebook, it's a bad work. It's something has gone wrong, and immediately you find headlines. So if out of 100, 99 you have done your job correctly, but the one time you missed it, it's a headline in the newspaper or on the Facebook. So what is happening? We are not doing enough PR. We're not explaining to the public what good work we are doing. And that's something that you have to do. You have to connect to the platform. You have to be on all the, even on TikTok. We're not thinking about using TikTok, right? But TikTok is there, Instagram, Facebook, yeah, YouTube and all this. We have to think about having a PR officer who has to manifest everything good that we are doing as well. It will be good. It will build trust in the public, that they will see the result. That trust is very important, right? So a strong institution, right, will depend on ethical leadership, right? So when public officers, they lead with professional and ethics, we build trust, we deliver results, and we create a better future for all, right? I mentioned AI, right? How we cannot avoid it, right? But what AI brings, right? And at the same time, there are lots of literature. I think I would take literature in the region. I mean, I haven't gone in the literature in the European countries or in the US, but I'm taking the literature. There lots of work has been done in the region. I think you will, I mean, all the academics who are here will appreciate that there are some papers that I've gone through, right? And these are the results, if you want, how AI can help government. So these papers are from different countries, but I think this is where it is important that we have such platform where we can share. And it would be good that sometime to bring those authors to the conference that we are organizing. They can share their ideas with us, and we can learn from that, right? So how AI can help the government, right, is by improving decision making using real-time data, which we don't do. Sometimes a disaster comes, then we start thinking of solution. We don't prevent those disasters, or we don't take action before. It's only we react. We're not proactive, right? But with AI, we can use real-time data, right? We can reduce inefficiencies in terms of resource allocation, right? We can use that. We can strengthen transparency, because you're building, you're making it more open. There's accountability and public trust through the data that you're disseminating, right? AI also help in optimizing resource allocation. Target resources where it should be, depending on the KPIs that you put, right? and also it will improve the outcomes in critical sectors, right? So it can accelerate, if you want, development when we use the AI responsibly, right, and inclusively, right? We can't just blindly just use AI as such, right? So, but there are risks if we don't use AI properly, right? So it brings opportunities, but there are problems. One of the problems is about the algorithm bias. You know, for AI, you need data, right? You need to calibrate the model and so on. So if you have wrongly done it, the groundwork, if you don't have proper data, forget about using AI, right? At our institution, what we tend to do is to start training public officers in terms of how to collect data. And I say collect data, not only quantitative, but also qualitative-wise. If you get your qualitative data right, AI will do a marvelous job for you, right? So you need that. Otherwise, if it is not correct, right, simple mistake there, it will bring certain mistakes there, this algorithm bias, and might target different groups, which doesn't need, maybe in terms of distributing the benefits, for example, or allowances, or there's a problem that has happened, but you need to give response to a particular community in a particular village or any other places. If you haven't done it right, resources will be diverted elsewhere. So we have to be aware of that. So leaders need to be aware of that issue, right? So weak data governance, so poor quality data, I mean, it would lead to maybe if we don't record it properly, or if we look about how we record the data, right? If there may be privacy breaches, we have to be very careful about privacy breaches. I mean, we still, yes, I'll go a bit faster, right? So we need to be aware about that. I mean, if you remember the Facebook, how it was. Initially, when Facebook came into, when we started using Facebook, nobody was talking about the legal framework. It is only very recent. But now when we have AI, we have to start working on a framework if you're going to use AI in your country. I mean, the EU has done quite a lot of work on the framework. We can use them and then adapt it in our context. Now, due to shortage of time, I will just show you some of the uses of AI in the region, right? Some of the regions that have used AI responsibly, I don't know whether you can see it properly from far. There's a good example in Rwanda, right, where they have used AI and satellite data for flood protection, right, for monitoring. I don't know whether you can see the screen properly, it's a bit too small. The example in Kenya, where the AI-based drought monitoring, so they start monitoring drought. In India, for example, they use AI in terms of warning system for dams level. All these, they do matter if you use data properly, right? It can enhance, governance, so faster governance. It is about ethical leadership. It is very citizen-centric, right? It has to be, because citizens need to see the result. And AI-enabled administration, you will take real-time decision, and you will manage the crisis better, right? So I think this is what AI is important. I would briefly go on the case of Mauritius. Just last year, it's not May 26, but May 25, we launched the blueprint for AI in Mauritius to bridge the future. In that blueprint, we have already worked a lot already. There are 4 pillars. We have the digital bridge for the future in looking at the infrastructure. Then it's about capacity, human capital. So it's a digital skills for everybody. So we are now going to the villages with our caravan. We are going there and then explaining how to use AI, how to use those apps, and so on. Then the 3rd pillar is about innovation and private sector growth. Private sector is very important because they are the one who produce the goods and for export and so on. So building a public, private, and people partnership. And then, of course, it has to be sustainable. Has to be like a sustainable and resilient digital future. I will make this slide available so it can be shared with everyone. But to do that, we have pillars, but we need enablers. This is where the work gets done. So we have 5, if you want, enablers. We have 5 enablers to make sure that we succeed. First of all is about the digital public infrastructure, right? At the moment, well, we have a lot of applications for the government, and they are working in silos. Sometimes we don't know what the right hand is doing. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. So what we are doing now is bring everything, like we are creating a super app, right, bringing everything under one roof. Right? I'll show you the result in a minute because we have done it already in a year. We are working on the legal and the regulatory reform. So we are updating the legal framework to reinforce privacy and the digital right. We are working on institutional governance, so kind of a streamlined coordination model with a stronger delivery capacity, efficiency, and a stronger data governance. And then a fourth one is the cyber resilience and trust, because people sometimes they are a bit skeptic where the data are recorded, how they are recorded, and so on. And then data governance and AI. So it's a national data governance framework to empower citizens so that they can get trust in our model. So in this, some of the results, I'll just show you some of the results that's there. So we are involving the Generation Z. So we have a Learn AI school. We have the correct means correct. You know, it's everything is good. That's the super app. We have also the GIS system, which is the government information system, which everybody can get access to. And we have the Minister of ICT, looks like my brother. We have the Mauritius Digital Promotion Agency, which is really promoting the digital skills. So already in 1 year, we are achieving those results. And we have a list of KPIs that we have already put there so that we can monitor and evaluate our strategy. Very important for capacity building, we have to invest in leadership. I mentioned that. Build strategic and ethical transformational leaders for the public service. We have to empower the public officers. Literacy, AI literacy is a must, right? In our institution, I think all of us, we are doing that. We are trying to strengthen skills in data analytics, very important if we are going to use AI. Again, we have to promote integrity, accountability, and evidence-based decision. This is the scenario if we are AI ready. I'll skip that because we all know about that. What I'll explain a little bit now is just to conclude, just to introduce you the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Public Service and Innovation, which was the Civil Service College before, but we have built a new campus, which was generously, we got a grant from India to build this campus. So now the campus is there. I hope one day you'll come and visit us. The other things that we are doing, our model that we do for capacity building is we start with micro-credentials, right? So we are giving public officers micro-credentials. Sometimes they come to follow a short course, but they don't get anything in return. But what we are working on is micro-credentials. So from micro-credentials, they accumulate from all those short courses that they come to do. They get micro-credentials. From the micro-credentials, it accumulates to get a module, which is in the program. And from the modules, they accumulate, they get certificates. So if you want, the framework is more or less like this. So we start from micro-credentials, right? They get those modules, which accumulates, get into a certificate. Let's say, in this example, we have certificate in public sector administration. Then from there, they have different branches, right? They can go into for example, financial management, procurement, human resource, or public sector leadership and management. That builds up, they get degrees. And if they have degrees, on top, after that, what they can get a postgraduate certificate in public sector management or postgraduate diploma in public sector management. They can end up in masters as well. So there's a pathway from the very micro-credential when they enter the public service. If they want to get a master's by doing all the short courses, it becomes an incentive for them to get those degrees. Because in our Peer Research Bureau recommendation is that if you get certain degrees, you get promotion from one grade to the other. And that's what you have to show them, that where you are at the moment and where you want to be if you want to get promotion to move the ladder. So it's kind of the institution is giving this pathway, right? So what we are doing, so if you're interested, in October, right, since we are new, we are having a first conference. I will leave the flyers at the registration desk. We are organizing a conference in October. The weather is good, right? It's summer. It's not too hot, and the price of the hotel is still good because in December the price of the hotel will skyrocket. So if you can submit papers, so we will have policymakers, researchers joining us. So you're all invited to join us at the conference. So I will share all the details and I will put it on the WhatsApp group as well. So at the end, just to conclude, is that for transformation, there are 4 interdependent pillars, right? But there's a base. The base is capacity building. But I think good governance, ethical leadership, institutional accountability, and a strategic use of AI. Don't use AI just like that, but strategic use of AI. And all these, at the bottom, I forgot to put that, right? I have put only thank you there. But at the base is capacity building, the base for those pillars, okay? So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajesh, for that presentation. We have heard that AI is here, and we need to adapt and adopt it and use it responsibly. We've also heard from the professor's presentation the need for transformative leadership, anticipatory governance. It was interesting when you said the whole change of government at one point in Mauritius. It's quite interesting. And also, we also need to have meritocratic governance. The policies that we establish, the culture of excellence that we are entrusted with as schools of government, as government officials, as partners of government, it is quite a nice presentation, Professor, which will ensure that we have that innovative, efficient, transformative, transparent, resilient, responsive and inclusive leadership in our different governments. We are, as different institutions, therefore, and as individuals entrusted with this quite a big responsibility. Maybe I can also share that the professor is quite a good resource that I personally have learned from, and as a Eswatini that we are using as we transform. In Eswatini, we have 2 institutions, the Institute of Development Management, and then we have the government school, which we are undergoing a transformation currently, and the professor is a great resource and a mentor for us as Eswatini. Thank you very much, Professor. Our next speaker, I'm looking for Pumla, so that I can introduce our next speaker who is going to be online. Can we have the biography of our next speaker? Let me not murder this name. You will pardon me, Mr. Ho. I think that's the easiest word out of those. He is the Dean of the Chandler Academy of Governance, which is part of the Chandler Governance Group. He is responsible for growing CAG as a robust and effective professional education institution for public servants and leaders through the design and delivery of high-quality practical training programs worldwide. He is also spearheading the CAG's expansion online and technology-enabled learning to allow government officials globally to access training content at their convenience and learn at their own pace. With 2 decades of experience and spanning government, consulting and healthcare, Mr. Wei brings a strategic and cross-sector perspective to CAG. He previously served as Regional Director, Southeast Asia at Elsevier, where he led a team providing institutions in the region. His work is enabling data-driven decision-making and knowledge dissemination, aligns closely with CAG's mission to strengthen governance through research and training. Good afternoon, Mr. Wei.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the introduction. May I proceed?
Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Wei.
Great, thank you so much. So Chairperson, Under Secretary Nlabatsi, fellow speaker, Professor Ramesh Drewberry, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. A very good morning to you all and very warm greetings from Singapore. As Chairperson mentioned, my name is Wei Jiang and I serve as the Dean of the Chandler Academy of Governance. I'm delighted to join you today on day one of the second annual AMDIN Conference to share the key findings from our 2026 Global Survey on Public Sector Training. Now, before I turn to the findings, let me please first introduce CAG. CAG is the Learning and Development Division of the Chandler Governance Group, or CGG, a Singapore-based non-profit whose mission is to support governments globally in strengthening their institutions, building their public service capabilities, and developing their leaders. CAG designs and delivers customized training programs for public sector leaders anchored in our proprietary curriculum, which is heavily practitioner-focused and contextualized to suit local needs. Through our programs, CAG has supported governments across Africa, Asia, and other parts of the world. Our work spans across multiple levels of government, including MDAs such as Public Service Commissions, National Schools of Government, and sectoral ministries across areas like finance, health, and public administration. One of CAG's key initiatives in Africa is our Strong Nations for Africa program, or SNFAP for short, organized in partnership with the African Association for Public Administration and Management, or APAM. SNFAP is CAG's signature Pan-African Senior Management Program designed for senior African public sector leaders to support them as they build strong nations for the next generation. In 2 weeks, our team will be flying up to Kigali, Rwanda, to kick off the 2026 edition of this SNFAP program. This year, we have the honor of partnering with the African School of Governance based in Kigali for the Africa-based segment of the program. Aside from training programs offered by CAG, the Chandler Governance Group also develops indexes to measure and benchmark government capabilities and performance. Just last week, we published our 6th annual Chandler Good Government Index, or CGGI, which measures the capabilities and effectiveness of 133 governments around the world based on 35 unique indicators. 35 African countries are included in CGGI 2026, and Africa was the second best performing region this year, with 71% of countries improving their overall CGGI scores from last year. Country-specific findings can be viewed on our CGGI website, which you can access via the link now shown on the screen. We encourage you to download the full CGGI report to explore the data and insights more closely. Now, allow me now to turn to my main topic for today, CAG's 2026 Global Survey on Public Sector Training. Now, sitting at the center of government, public sector training institutes, or PSTIs, are uniquely placed to strengthen government performance. They perform 3 interconnected functions. First, they help to develop and scale capabilities, building skills across all levels of the civil service. Second, they facilitate knowledge exchange across agencies and borders. Third, they contribute to building culture and catalyzing change that drives public service reform. While PSTIs do not act alone in shaping government capability, their institutional position allows them to connect priorities, people, and practice in ways that few other organizations can. It was against this backdrop that we launched the 2026 Global Survey, which builds upon our inaugural 2022 edition to better understand what makes a PSTI not only effective today, but ready for the future. Our first survey back in 2022 explored themes such as curriculum design, pedagogy, and leadership development needs in a post-pandemic context. This 2026 edition goes a few steps further to examine how PSTIs are integrating AI and new technologies into public sector learning, and how they are sustaining themselves through innovative funding and cost recovery models, and how they are assessing the real-world impact of their programs. For the 2026 survey, we gathered insights from 27 PSTIs spanning 5 continents, including Africa. Our findings draw on a comprehensive survey we conducted with these PSTIs, supplemented by interviews with a subset of PSTI leaders to provide depth beyond the data. Taken together, the perspectives we gathered provide a valuable snapshot of how PSTIs are evolving and where the next frontiers of government training may lie. With that, let me now turn to some of the key findings from our research. First, on the topic of strategy and implementation, a large majority of respondents are confident in their strategic direction. Almost all PSTIs believe that they have effective strategic planning processes that take government priorities into account, while a similarly large majority, 92%, expressed confidence that their institutions adequately takes into account emerging trends and future public sector needs. However, this confidence sits in tension with their sentiments on implementation and progress towards specific goals. Only about half of the PSTIs surveyed consider themselves fully on track to meet their goals, while a further 41% report being only somewhat on track. In short, many PSTIs know where they need to go, but far fewer believe they are sufficiently equipped to get there. Our findings also show that PSTIs feel confident about their future readiness. 85% of respondents believe they are prepared for the future, while almost all report that their institutions are aware of future challenges and opportunities, as well as the future needs of public sector training in their jurisdiction. However, this confidence becomes more tempered when respondents were asked about the internal factors underpinning their future readiness. Only 56% agree that their organizational structure enables them to anticipate and respond to future trends, while only 45% believe that internal systems are future ready. Strengthening staffing, funding, and strategic planning capacity will be critical to translate confidence and optimism into concrete institutional preparedness. When asked about the factors impeding their work on training design and delivery, limited budgets emerged clearly as the key limiting factor, with 70% of PSTIs citing restricted financing for training operations as a key challenge. Beyond funding, the survey also points to persistent talent constraints, with 59% of respondents citing difficulties in recruiting or retaining suitable trainers and experts as a key challenge. Such talent constraints can be anticipated to impact the scalability and overall quality of training programs, particularly in emerging areas such as digital governance and artificial intelligence. Turning to the topic of financing and resources, fewer than half of the surveyed respondents agree that they have a sustainable financing and business model in place to support their operations and long-term growth, while only 37% agree that their current financing levels are sufficient to support their operations. When we take a closer look at the sources of funding, most PSTIs remain heavily reliant on government funding. I think we are on the next slide. Yeah. On average, direct and indirect government sources account for over 70% of the revenues of the PSTIs we surveyed. This is understandable as governments are the key clients that PSTIs serve. Stable baseline funding from government can help safeguard institutional mandates and mitigate the risk of mission drift. At the same time, an overdependence on public budgets tie institutional sustainability to the state's fiscal health, with training budgets being among the first to be curtailed during economic downturn. Several PSTIs are therefore exploring complementary approaches to build up their financial resilience. Some examples from across our surveyed institutions include rolling out training for private sector clients, as well as launching research and consulting services as additional revenue streams. Moving to the topic of online learning, our survey reveals that online and blended learning are here to stay, with the use of both online and asynchronous learning growing steadily over the past 3 years for a majority of PSTIs. In our 2022 survey, all PSTIs had adopted online learning during the pandemic. Since then, adoption has deepened, with almost 60% reporting an increase in its use. Further, the proportion of PSTIs offering no asynchronous learning, that is, self-paced learning where learners access materials and complete activities on their own schedule without needing to be online at the same time as their instructor and their peers, fell from 37% in 2022 to 22% in 2026. Reflecting growing institutional investment in self-paced on-demand learning. These trends reflect both learner demand for flexibility and the structural advantages of digital platforms, including extending reach and reducing delivery costs. Turning to the subject of impact measurement, understanding whether training delivers meaningful value is central to the mission of PSTIs and is a strategic imperative to demonstrate effectiveness. Many PSTIs continue to face challenges in impact measurement, given operational constraints and the inherent complexity of assessing training outcomes. The dominant methods uncovered in our survey remain largely output-based, with around 90% of PSTI surveyed accessing impact via output measures like participant numbers and training hours, as well as participant satisfaction scores. In contrast, measurement based on the tracking of behavioral change and organizational outcomes is far less prevalent at only 48% and 22% respectively. Our findings identify several challenges that PSTIs face in undertaking more in-depth impact assessment. Particularly, the lack of expertise in assessment methodologies is a challenge that 70% of PSTIs surveyed face. In addition, 59% face difficulty in securing trainee participation and 56% in linking outcomes to specific training interventions. In contrast, most PSTIs have well-established competencies in collecting and analyzing basic metrics. Finally, it would be remiss of me not to touch on AI in today's presentation, given the prominence of the topic in the world that we live in today, both within and without the public service. While the level of AI awareness among PSTIs is very encouraging, our survey reveals that this level of understanding has yet to translate into action. 81% of respondents report that their institutions understand both the benefits and risks of AI adoption, and 67% report awareness of how AI could be applied. However, a substantial gap remains between understanding and implementation. Only 33% believe they are currently maximizing its adoption, 30% indicate that they have comprehensive plans for doing so, and just 19% agree that they have the required resources and capabilities. To better understand this gap, we asked PSTIs to assess the challenges associated with AI adoption. Capacity constraints emerged as the most significant barrier, with 85% citing a lack of skilled human resources and 70% identifying budget limitations as key challenges. Notably, 81% of respondents also acknowledge a lack of clarity around practical PSTI-specific AI use cases. Taken together with the high levels of general AI awareness, this finding suggests that AI preparedness within PSTIs remains largely conceptual rather than operational. Under such constraints, peer learning and cross-institutional knowledge sharing present opportunities for PSTIs to move from AI awareness to action. Before I conclude, let me briefly turn the spotlight on Africa. We surveyed a total of 8 PSTIs from Africa as part of our survey. The picture emerging from PSTIs in Africa broadly reflect global trends, albeit with lower confidence in delivery capabilities and a higher level of concern over operational constraints. Only 33% of PSTIs in Africa express satisfaction with their performance in delivering core functions, compared to 62% globally. 25% of African PSTIs assess themselves as mostly on track with delivering their goals, compared to 56% globally. And 63% of African PSTIs agree that they face challenges across key factors affecting training design and delivery, compared to 48% globally. We believe that this is where Pan-African organizations like AMDIN play a vital role in creating platforms for PSTIs across the region to exchange insights and good practices, learn from one another's experiences, and continually strengthen their institutions. And the learning need not stop at regional borders. Useful lessons can equally be drawn from PSTIs around the world. We hope that our CAG Global PSTI Survey Report can help to offer some inspiration and actionable ideas for institutions here in Africa. We'll skip this summary slide in the interest of time. So thank you very much for your time and attention this morning. And for those joining via Zoom today, my colleague will now share the link where you can download the full report in the chat box. And for those joining physically, please scan the QR code on the screen to access it. The report is freely accessible, it's not behind a paywall, and we hope that these findings can serve as a useful reference point for your respective institutions and as a catalyst for the conversations throughout and beyond this conference. And for those of you who may be interested in finding out more about CAG or CGG, the work that we do or potential areas for collaborating with us, please feel free to reach out to us. My team will be sharing my email address in the chat box as well. So feel free to drop me a message at any time. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I think it is coming out clearly that there are certain challenges that public sector training institutions are facing. And thank you to the existence of AMDIN, who has called us together today to be in one room. We have an opportunity to link up and share information. The study has alluded to various factors that may impede the confidence of public sector training institutions and factors that are operational. So it is important that as the different organizations or public sector training institutions and their support structures, we look at the various factors that have been alluded to today and mitigate them. I think from my own takeaway, I'm learning that it is not entirely unique to us, even small countries. It is a factor that is existing across the world, that we as different institutions have to embrace AI and use it responsibly. I think we can also agree that it is not enough that we may wait for budgets to create institutions or to build more institutions. With the advent of AI, we can reach a lot of people, and it can also allow us to continue with our daily lives and learn in our respective times, or time where we are comfortable. I think with that said, let us clap hands again for this presenter. I can open a room for a few comments from those who are listening to the to the two presenters. Any comments? I recognize one hand. And the second one. Can you kindly move the mic to the two?
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Ntabi Singh. I come from the Kingdom of Lesotho. Allow me to first commend the presenters for the brilliant, informative, and thought-provoking presentations. My comment goes to Professor Mauritius. He talked about quite a number of governance challenges that we experience as governments, issues of corruption, procurement challenges, and the like. And what I liked is when he talked about the opposition in Mauritius, which was able to remove the government in power, mainly because of those challenges. So my question is there maybe a way that citizens can be able to maybe discipline those in power within, not wait for a period of 5 years when they talk through the ballot, but during that period, whenever they maybe note those challenges, that they can be able to address government such that government can be able to change. Because you find that citizens wait quite a long time before they can actually put government in order. So if maybe you can assist in that one. And the other one is on the issue or the critical and pivotal role that is played by public officers. You find that despite the hard work that they are doing, they are not fully appreciated. We can talk to issues of salaries, remuneration, working conditions, and the like. So now that we are going AI, don't we think maybe in the state in which they still are, they are going to sabotage it, use it irresponsibly, that it can not bring the desired results that we want? So maybe how could we maybe assist public officers to embrace and accept these changes despite the environment within which they operate? The last one is on the issue of capacity building, where you talked about micro-credentials and certificates in public admin for public officers. Noting that we have serious challenges, particularly when it comes to funding, that every time there are financial constraints, budget for training is always the first to be cut. How do you maybe assist officers to undertake that type of training? Are they paid for by government, or is it their own responsibility? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll quickly respond. First, about when the government, we are not happy with them, whether we can remove them. I mean, we are trying to change the constitution. There are parties, they're asking for a reform. In fact, you're absolutely right. But we have a portal where citizens, they can put their complaints. So we call it the Citizens Advice, kind of Citizen Advice Bureau. But we have that portal where they can register complaints. But when you find that a particular ministry is becoming unpopular, so then they try to change their minister. They kind of reshuffle the government a little bit, change it to other portfolios. Sometimes it happens. It has happened in the past, but there are pressures, lots of pressures. When you have the voice of the media, especially radio, TV, there are private radio stations, and you find all the debates going on. So the public is very aware about all these challenges there, and they're asking for such reform that if you don't perform, it needs to be reformed. But we have to change the constitution for that. So there's a long way to go for that. And in terms of making public officers embrace AI, it's about really sensitizing them. I think one thing that I didn't mention, which I was supposed to do, and I mentioned, is about the leadership. We have to develop empathy. Emotional intelligence is very important. We need to understand the people who we are working with and why they are working. Sometimes we don't, some people come to work, it's like 9 to 4. In Mauritius, we work from 9 to 4. So they come here only for 9 to 4, 9 o'clock, they come, they just bring their body physically there, and 4 o'clock they are home. They don't even know what they're doing, But that's an issue. That's an issue. But when I was in Nottingham, I learned in Spain when they have one program, what they do. Before public officers join, they have to go undergo a series of tests. But one of the things was they had to do some intern, and they have to go and help, let's say, the old age people who are getting pension, take them to supermarkets, help them, assist them in buying their groceries. And there, what they have observed, there's a case study in there, is they have observed that those officers, potential officers, who saw that, they start developing certain empathy. They start understanding, if we don't pay the pension on time, these people struggle to buy their groceries. You see, they make them understand their role. They have to buy in what they are doing, their role. Then they will start delivering. They have to understand, and sometimes we don't understand that. So we miss deadlines, we don't give an approval, a permit, but it causes harm. They have to understand the consequences, and I think that's the role of ministries, that they have to do things like team building. It should be there. Communication, communicate with your staff. Sometimes we just have management meeting, but we forget to involve our staff. At some point, regroup them, talk to them. Sometimes there are people who work in ministries, they don't even read the vision mission of the ministry. They don't even understand what the ministry is doing. I know when I talk to officers sometimes, they just say, yeah, I'm just doing my job. But no, what job are you doing? That's the thing. And then the third one was on capacity building, the model that budget. Yeah, so what happens is that in Mauritius, what we tend to do is that each ministry, they are allocated a training budget. And in the PRB, Peer Research Bureau, we recommend that each public officer needs a minimum of 40 hours of training and development. So they have to manage with that. So sometimes it is, it's not enough. We can recognize that. There are some ministries, they get a very low budget. And sometimes this is the budget that they cut. Sometimes when they reallocate, they take money from the training and they reallocate it somewhere else. This is happening many times as well. So there are challenges for us as training institution, because we are also self-funded. We have to generate income. And it's sometimes challenging to get funding for this. I mean, we have got help from other countries like India, even like the UNESCO. Like there are courses that are free. But then we can't just offer free courses. How are we going to pay the salary of my staff? This is another challenge. So we need to think about added value. And that's why I brought in these micro-credentials. I say, okay, you go and take those courses free. The courses, when you look at it, look at the objectives, look at the courses, course content, build a course in your institution around that course which is online, which you can use. Then you increment it with some blended, so make it face-to-face. They come to your institution. Then you create assessment. If they pass it, they get the micro-credentials. So in this case, the resources, I'm not spending that much resources as well. So I'm using the free tools, which are MOOC there are many tools there. I'm using them integrated into micro-credentials, which then the institution is recognizing and then awarding it as, building it to certificate. And this is one of the ways we can do it. But they get the money from the ministries as well, because we have to run the institution. As simple as that. Hope I answered your question. Thank you.
There's a gentleman at the back. Thank you, Professor, for that response. I think clearly it is evident that we need to be innovative as public sector training institutions in order so that we can deliver on what we are expected to deliver amid the shrinking budgets of our governments that support these different institutions. Where I come from, these institutions fall under, or they have a policy organ, which is the Ministry of Public Service. So you can imagine them existing in a ministry where the ministry's budget has a ceiling, and the deliverable of such institutions is not always so clearly evident. There are other pressing things that we may want to be marked correct, because we are also being measured as a ministry. And hence, you find that the budget sharing is a challenge, but we can be innovative within that space. Thank you very much. Can we have a comment from the back?
Good afternoon now. Thank you very much, presenters. My name is Momo Toure from Sierra Leone. I am very much interested in the first presenter's analysis of governance and leadership, and the bringing in of AI, which is an evolution. And there is actually a clear problem here. For some of us who follow news, the president of Botswana a few days ago, I think a public outrage was frowning at the behavior of the public sector. Then coming to listen to the first presenter, I think what is clearly interesting here is that there is a prescribed job to be done, but the processes have been empowered, but that output has not been transformed. Why am I saying this? Most public sector jobs are aligned with the constitutions of the country. And he clearly stated here a few minutes ago, he said, somebody said, I'm just doing my job. If you go to some ministries, they say, oh, this is the clear terms of reference of those ministries. Forgetting to know that if you put in more AI, that terms of reference was crafted from independence and colonial era. And now the generation shift has changed. There were a lot of things when we were in school, we were not asking our teachers. But now, primary school kids can even ask their parents certain things that we didn't dare to do. So my confusion is, with all of this input into AI and capacity building, what are we doing with the prescribed job? That is the things that the Constitution have mandated public sector to perform. Are we not thinking of saying, with this evolution and human development and transformation, the only way we can have harmony is ensuring that we have constitutional reforms to even define leadership and governance? Thank you.
I agree with that. You can respond. Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. I mean, the challenge
take another
is there.
One. We'll take another.
The world is dynamic. We have really to change, to bring changes, and I think that's why all the countries we're talking about public sector reforms. But again, consultation is important. Sometimes reform are done without consultation, and this is where you get resistance to change. Ministers sometimes, or policies, they make policies, and then after some time they have to backpedal when they start becoming unpopular, because the reform hasn't been clearly understood. They didn't make it clear to everybody why you're bringing reforms. If it is, because see, you're going to bring reforms for what? To become better outcomes. People need to understand that. I mean, people in the, I mean, I would take the examples in Mauritius, where we are starting to bring changes, apps, for example, bringing apps, and then many people didn't know how to log in, you have to show them how to do that. I mean, even public officers, sometimes they struggled with a new system. For example, we have the national licensing system, which we have introduced. Before, if you are a citizen, you want to build a house, you have to get the architect to do your blueprint. Then you have to get clearance from the Central Electricity Board. You have to get clearance of the wastewater. You have to get clearance from the Central Water Authority. Then you'll get you may be getting your license. But now, no. Now, citizens, what they do on the portal, they just load their blueprint or their design. It is the local government which is now contacting, they are connected with the Central Electricity Board, with all these utilities. They are giving approval, and within 10 working days, they have to give an answer. Whether they approve the permit or they tell you to refine things, but at least there is communication. So we have set deadlines, so that's why we have improved processes, but we have to make, those reforms are important. Move from one system to other, but showing the benefits, show what's in there. Showing someone the benefit, you'll get the buy-in. That's important. You can make many reforms, but show the result, show what's in for everybody.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I am Michael Alfred. My question is to Mr. Hu, if I have pronounced the name correctly. I am caught by what he has presented, and part of it is that of curriculum design. My question, more specially, is based on the fact that looking at Singapore, for example, they are doing greatly when it's coming to innovation, and I'm of the opinion that this is something that worth emulating by African countries. I have got strong passion to what people do at primary level, because I am of the opinion that if we are to implant or inculcate the practice of innovation with the children at tender age, then we will likely achieve our Vision 2030, actually Africa Agenda 2063 aspiration. So maybe if the minister can just share with us what is it that they have done in terms of curriculum design at the primary level that enabled the kids or learners at tender age to grow into innovation and be enabled to drive towards the realization of innovation and AI that we are speaking of today.
Thank you. You can go ahead and respond, Mr. Wu.
Encourage innovation or innovative thinking right from a very young age. I don't pretend to be an expert in education policy in my country, but having gone through the system myself many, many years ago, I can say that probably one philosophy that is common across the years in our education policy is that there's no single path to success. I think previously, perhaps in my time, there was a lot of focus on grades, academic success, going to the right schools, but progressively there was much more flexible thinking around what success, how do you define success? And so there are various schools and types of institutions, depending on what your strengths are. So if you are more good with your hands, you can go for a vocational institute where you're trained for specific hands-on skills. If you're more academically inclined, you would be then kind of focused on going to good schools and doing something a bit more white collar. So I think that's one thing that I would say. And I would say the education system is constantly evolving. So we're always looking outwards, not just out in the continent, like in Asia, but also out in the world. So the education ministry teams often make kind of learning trips to other countries known for good education, like Scandinavia, for example. And they kind of try to get inspiration and get specific ideas on what elements are still missing within the Singapore systems. How do we make it a bit more holistic and more comprehensive? So I feel these elements, these ways of working could also very well lend themselves in the African context in terms of the philosophy of education. There's not just about getting good grades in school. It's also setting up, kind of exercising different muscles in terms of your thinking abilities, critical thinking, and not to pigeonhole or too narrowly define what success looks like for your youth. Yeah, so that's what I can say as a layman, not being a specific expert on education policy in Singapore. I hope that answers your question.
Response. Can I once again request that we clap hands for our two presenters? Thank you very much for the insightful information that you've shared with us. And I do hope that as you continue to share your slides and your presentations, we will continue to interlink and learn more from each other. With that much said, thank you very much. We've come to the end of this session.
Very good. The presentations were very informative and educative. And I would like us to clap hands and thank our chairperson and our two presenters for the very good presentation. Thank you very much. Just a minute before lunch, we have some slight changes into the program. We are going to have lunch. Our lunch will be served at our restaurant. My colleagues here will be guiding you to show you where the restaurant is. Because we are behind time, I request that we come back 1:45, just have 45 minutes for lunch, and 1:45 we are back. And then on our way back, because we are coming back at the same venue to listen to the next sub-theme, which will be chaired by Dr. Kaunda. On our way back, there are conference bags that will be distributed. However, they will only be given to those who have, of course, made the payments. And if you did not make the payments, please get in touch with your institutions to send us the proof of payments so that you get your conference back. So that will be given as we come back to the venue. All the presentations that were taking place or were going to take place in the morning will be done in the afternoon. And all the presentations that were going to be done in the afternoon, they all will be merged. The morning presentations, the afternoon sessions will be merged. Of course, will be taking place in the same venue where they were or they are located. So we come back, listen to the scene setting. Dr. Kaunda will chair. After the presentations of that sub-theme by the two doctors, we will then break away to our breakaway rooms. I will then be guiding you what is next after that. For now, let's break for lunch. I thank you.